Hi guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this tutorial, we are going to be building desktop app notes application, an application that you can use to take notes. And we are going to be using TypeScript, TailwindCSS, React.js, Zustand, and Shacdn. And we are also going to be using SQLite3. Yeah, this is the app that we are going to be building in this tutorial. And in this app, you can create new notes either by clicking this button or by using the menu here, and we are going to be using the three. Now first of all, let's create the new notes. Then groceries, pepper, vegetables, cabbage, and beans. Then you can create it that way too. Yeah, and you can also use the menu and yeah, and then you can open any note in a new tab. Let's open this second note in a new tab. In a new window. Yeah, as you can see, it is now opened in a new window, and you can keep editing it here. Editing it. This Benz Volvo, and you can also keep editing whatever you want to edit here. And you can also open another one in a new window. Yeah, you can also keep editing this one too, onions. And while you are editing this, Mars, moon, and so on. And if you open it here, you see that this change that you made here is now updating here. You can also check this too. Volvo has now been added. Yeah, and you can also close them. Close this and close this. And also you can delete any note. Let's delete this. You can delete either by clicking this icon here. Let's click this icon. Are you sure you want to delete this node? Yeah, and you can also delete using the context menu. Delete. Yeah, and there's also dark mode. Yeah, the dark mode is also working. And apart from this traffic light button, we are also going to be implementing manual buttons like on other operating systems that are not Mac, like the minimize button, the maximize button, and the unmaximize. You can maximize and unmaximize, and you can also close the app. And as you can see, it still works. Yeah, and this is what we are going to be building in this tutorial. And before we continue in this tutorial, if you are not familiar with any of the technologies that I've mentioned before that we are going to be using in this tutorial, like TailwindCSS, Shacdn, Zustand, don't worry, you are free to follow along. And if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please subscribe. It motivates me to do more tutorials like this. And yeah, let's go on to the full tutorial. And this tutorial is going to be step by step, and I'm going to show you how I built every part of this application. We are going to be using ElectronForge because ElectronForge makes working with React.js in Electron easier, and it has pre-built configuration for Webpack, TypeScript, React.js and other things like that. If you are new to Electron JS, you can watch my other tutorials on Electron JS tutorial for beginners and also a separate tutorial on Electron JS for beginners in which I used React.js and TypeScript and which I used ElectronForge. And yeah, let's go on. And for this tutorial, you actually don't have to have prior experience with Shacdn, TailwindCSS, and Zustand that we are going to be using in this tutorial. And I'm going to talk more about other libraries that we are going to be using in this tutorial later. And let's initialize the application. I have this project directory in which there is already a folder in it, which is the asset folder, which contains like functions and other stuff that we are going to be needing in this tutorial that I'm going to talk more about in this tutorial. And let's initialize our project, and I'm just going to remove latest from here, then, and let's call it personal note. Yeah, the app has finished installing. Next, I am going to go on and install all the dependencies. All the dependencies have now been installed. Yeah, now let me explain briefly about all the dependencies that I installed. I installed dependencies for Shacdn. I installed dependencies for React.js, because we are going to be using React.js in ElectronForge. And let me also install these types as dev dependencies. Then I also installed these dependencies for Tailwind, and I also installed post CSS loader, which is not included here, because we need it in our ElectronForge application, because ElectronForge uses Webpack. Yeah. Then I also installed SQLite, and then I installed this library. Now let's go on to the configuration. Before we move on, let's open our code, our application. Oops, I made a mistake. I forgot to move into the project folder. I have reinstalled the dependencies inside the project directory. Now let's open the project in VS Code. Next, I'm going to move the asset folder from the previous directory to the SRC directory. So next, let's start the configuration. Let's start with Shacdn. Now, to configure Shacdn, we need to first of all add this path alias to our TS config. Then we are just going to add it here. And because we are not going to be adding the Shacdn component to the root directory of the project, we are going to be using the SRC. So I'm just going to pass in SRC that way. Then next is, let's copy this CSS, which includes Tailwind CSS, into our CSS file. So I'm just going to remove this and set margin 0 pixel, then padding 0 pixel, and let's add that at top. And this is Tailwind CSS for dark and light mode. Next, let's create a lib folder in our SRC directory. Then We are going to call it loop. We are going to call it leap. Then let's use .ts. Next, let's create a component.json file in the root of the project. Yeah. No, it's component. Yeah. Yeah. That is all for Shacdn. And one more thing for this alias, for this import alias to work, we need to configure it inside our webpack. Then then we are going to set it. Then we are going to be doing some Node.js stuff here. Import parts from part. Then that's going to be parts.resolve. Then name, then src. Sorry, src. We are telling webpack that if they use this at alias in the import statement, it refers to the src directory. Yeah, let's move to the ElectronForge. Now, the only configuration left for us for ElectronForge is to create an app.tsx and import it inside the renderer.tsx.ts. Don't worry, I'm going to be explaining more about the renderer soon. App.tsx. Then now it's giving us this error. To fix that, let's go to this tsconfig, then JSX. Let's set it to React JSX, and that should fix that error. Next, inside the renderer, let's import app. Let's import the app. Yeah, that is all for that. Now, for Tailwind, as I've mentioned before, I installed a post-CSS loader, which is not here. Now, next thing for us is, let us copy this configuration for post-CSS config. Then the next thing is to, because we are using Webpack, we need to add the CSS loader here, the post CSS loader here, post CSS loader, to the list of the CSS loaders. And that is all. We've already imported Tailwind when we were copying the CSS from Shacdn, and that is all. Then SQLite3 does not require any explicit configuration. And now Zustand, let me speak a bit about Zustand. Zustand is like an alternative to Redux toolkit, and it has no boilerplate, and also it is more easier to use compared to Redux toolkit, and also the state is mutable. Meanwhile, Redux toolkit state is not mutable. Now, to configure the Zustand, I'm just going to go to the bottom. If you are new to Zustand, you can come back to this page and just read more about it. I'm just going to copy this code here for TypeScript usage and create a folder called shared, which is going to contain all our shared files. Then I'm going to name it, because I don't know any other name to call it. I'm just going to call it Zust Store. Then we don't need this, and we also don't need this dev2. Now we are using persist. This persist is going to persist our state, or any state that we set inside this store. It's going to persist them inside the local storage, and it is useful, and you are going to see it in effect soon in this tutorial. And that is all for the Zustand. We are going to work on it later. Now next is editor.js, and also I installed Lucid icon when I was installing dependencies for Shacdn. Now let me talk about this. To talk more about that, let's go into the asset folder. There's this editor.js file here, and I also need to install additional dependencies, which are like the tools. I'm just going to quickly install them. Yeah, I've installed the dependencies, and now to configure the editor.js, there's no React.js version for editor.js. That is why I initialized it inside useEffects, and then I passed in this ID here, the ID of this container here. I passed it in. Then I also configured the tools, and then I passed in an onChange event, in which we are going to be handling with by passing an onChange pop to it, and then we are going to be passing this API and event parameters, in which this API parameter, we can use it to interact with editor.js, which includes like getting data out of editor.js or something like that. Then later we are also going to be working with data. Yeah, and if you want to know more about editor.js, you can come back to this page. Like everything you need to get started with editor.js is on this page. And after this tutorial, if you like to like customize the editor, you can come back here and just read more about the customization and other stuff that you can add to it. Yeah, that's it. Next, let's go back to Shacdn. We need to use some components from Shacdn, and in this tutorial we are just going to be using just two components, which are the scroll area and resizable. So I'm going to quickly install the dependencies. Then resizable. Then one more thing is we also need button. We can't do without button. Yeah, the first thing we are going to be using is the resizable. So I'm just going to come down to this section and copy this. Then let's go into our code. Now I'm going to create a new, and as you can see here, Shacdn created a folder called components, and it keeps all the UI templates in it inside this SRC folder as we specified it inside the configuration. Next, let's create a new folder called app components. I just want to keep it separate from this folder. Yeah, then I'm going to create a new file called wrapper, which is going to wrap all our apps. Then this is how I am going to be exporting our components in this tutorial. Then this can return div. Then let's paste the import statement. Let's copy this, then just paste it inside here. Yeah, now because we are using TailwindCSS, we are going to be writing all the styles using Tailwind. If you are new to Tailwind, don't worry, you can still follow along, but I'll just advise you just take a look at the Tailwind documentation. It's just writing CSS, and if you are familiar with Bootstrap, it's also going to be easier for you to pick up. You're just writing CSS inside as a class name. Yeah. And next is, let's preview what we've done so far in by running our app. Let's move into the project folder, then npm start. Yeah, it is showing this hello from React because we've not passed our wrapper component to the app.tsx. Now instead of this h2, let's pass in the wrapper. Yeah, that's all. Then let's go inside this place and just remove this. Then let's refresh. It's going to automatically refresh, but if it doesn't, I'm just going to refresh manually. Yeah, and these are the two stuffs that I added to the wrapper.tsx. Now let me just remove these both of them. Then let's style this. This should be h100vh 100vh. Then width is already 100%, but just to be safe, let's add it to 100. Let's set it to 100%. And I think that is all. Then yeah, let's check it out before going on to the next thing. Yeah, now I want to set a min width and min width to this section here too. Then default width to this section. Let's do that quickly. Min size should be 35%. This number that I'm passing in is going to be converted to percentage. Then default size is going to be, let's set it to okay, mint size, let's set mint size to 30. Then let's set default size to 35%. No, 40%. No, sorry, 35%. Then this also mint size 30. Okay, let's check that out. Yeah, then that's cool. Next, let's add an header, and then let's remove this header, this native app dialog header here, because we want our app to be a frameless window. Now to do that, now it's now going to take us to talking about this part of Electron JS. Now if you are new to Electron JS, I'm going to advise you to take my tutorial on Electron JS Electron JS tutorial for beginners, and also the Electron JS for beginners with React JS, in which I talk more about this index.ts. Now again, briefly, I'm also going to talk about it because it is important. Electron JS is divided into two processes: main process and the renderer process. The main process has access to the operating system level APIs, while the renderer process has access to the browser context, in which the main process does not have access to, and the renderer process too does not have access to the APIs that index.ts or the main process have access to. Yeah, now there's going to be something to bridge the gap between the both of them, which we are going to be talking about soon. Yeah, that is what this main process is. And inside this file, inside this main process, we can write any Node.js code in it, any Node.js code at all, any. Yeah. Now to make our window frameless, we are going to have to set frame false. Then because we made change to the index.ts, we need to reload the whole app. Yeah, as you can see, the native header is now gone. Now it is now left to us to now implement our own header that is going to be dragging the app around. Currently, I'm only using the outline to drag the app around now. Now let's implement the header. Now I'm just going to add one div here, then class name. We are going to be using Tailwind to style it. Height of like 40 pixel, then width 100%. Then for debug, let's set the background color to red 600. Then we are going to be adding it separately to this section too. Yeah, let's check it out. Yeah. Then the next thing is let's make it flex. Then justify center. Yeah. Then let's add a border bottom. Instead of this background color, is going to be border bottom 0.5 pixel. Then let's set the color border bottom stone. Now let me talk about another thing in this for this tutorial. We are going to be using the stone color, the stone color set from Tailwind. So this is the color that we are going to be using. Yeah. Then stone, let's set it to stone 300. Then on dark mode, because we are also going to be implementing dark mode, stone 800. Yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, the border bottom is now there. Now, how are we now going to implement? How are we now going to set these containers to be able to drag our app? We really don't need much complicated JavaScript to make it drag around. We just need to add CSS. Surprisingly, just CSS. Now, because of the default select behavior of the browser, like if we are dragging things around, the browser might think we are trying to select something. So I'm going to set user select none. And now all we need to drag the app around is WebKit app region, then drag. That's all. Then I'm just going to copy that, then just set it to both of them. Let's remove the dot. Yeah. Now as you can see, it is now moving the app around without even writing any complex JavaScript. Yeah. Now let's move on to the next thing. Next is on Mac. We want to display this kind of button, this kind of native buttons, and on Windows we are going to be displaying our own custom buttons on Windows and other platforms like Linux and other ones. Now let's talk about this shared component. This Windows button is what we are going to be using. I've already styled it using TailwindCSS. And also I'm going to talk about this editor JS just very soon. Let me move it into the app component. Now I'm going to copy it and add it to this part, this header here. I'm going to add it to this header here, no buttons. Now justify between. Or let me just move it to end. Justify end. Let me just move it to the end. Yeah. Now as I am hovering over this element, there is an over effect, but it's not showing. It is because of this app dragger, this WebKit app region. It is overriding everything, including the children. Now, to make it not override the children, we are now going to set the CSS. We are still going to use CSS. Then we are going to exclude the children div. Then we are going to set WebKit app region. Then we are going to set this to none. Then let's set important too, just in case. Then as you can see, the stuff are now working. Now let's make them functional. Now before making them functional, let's also display this button on Mac. Then after making them functional, we are now going to hide them so that they are going to be shown only on other when the app is running on other operating systems and not on Mac. Now to show these traffic light buttons on Mac, let's go inside the index.ts. We're just going to say, because we want to conditionally do it. Okay, before that, we're going to do it this way. Main window dot set window button visibility, then true. Now that's now going to work. Let's refresh the app so that it's going to make effect. Yeah, as you can see, the traffic light buttons are now working and they are actually functional. As you can see, it is working. Yeah, and let's make these two functional. Let's make them functional. To make them functional, that is now going to take us to the next section by introducing the preload.ts. Now, as I've explained that Electron JS has two parts, the main process and the renderer process. Now, there needs to be a bridge to bridge both main process and renderer process together so that both of them can communicate. Now, that's where preload.ts comes in. Then inside this preload.ts, we are going to be using something called Interprocess communicator, which we are going to be using to communicate with the main process. And from the main process also, we can also communicate and vice versa using the Interprocess communicator. And also we are also going to be exposing something to the browser context. Now let's import, first of all, let's import the IPC renderer from Electron JS. Then let's create const renderer. Then it's going to be an object. Now for the first button, it's going to be close. Then we are going to add methods to it. Then now the next thing is this, just declaring this object here is not going to make it available in the browser context or in the renderer process or context automatically. We have to expose it using the contextBridge, which are going to import from Electron dot. Then it has three methods, in which we are going to be talking about only expose in main world in this tutorial, and we are going to pass in this. Actually, this is not API key, it's just any random value, but we are going to be calling it electron, then whatever object you want to expose to the renderer process. Now, because we are using TypeScript and we want this renderer object to be available in the global window context, and what I mean is we want it to be available like this by calling window dot electron dot whatever is here. Yeah. Now, because of that, we are going to be declaring type I renderer, type of renderer. Now, this can be anything, you can call it anything. This also can be anything, you can call it anything. Now, let's create a global.d.ts. .d.ts. Then we are going to declare global, then interface window. No, it's not windows, it's window. Then electron, we are going to set it to this type. Yeah, that's all for that. Then you are going to see it in action soon. Now let's talk about the IPC renderer. Now, to communicate with the main process, we need to use this IPC renderer to send an event to the main process. Now, the IPC renderer has a lot of methods that you can use. Now, to send an event, you need to use this send.send. To listen to an event from the main process, you are going to use the .on or .ons if you only want to use listening to it once. Then you can also use add listener, but instead of that, just use on. Then we are not talking about emit. Then now if you are expecting a response back from the main process after sending the event, you are going to use invoke. Else, if you are not expecting anything after sending the event to the main process, you are just going to use the .send. And in this context, we are currently not expecting anything from the main process. So I'm just going to call this, let's change this to close up. Then this one is going to be maximize, then this is going to be minimize. Then I'm just going to copy this, then maximize up. Yeah, now let's go on to the main process. Now to listen to the events from the renderer process, you can listen to it anywhere within this file, but I'm just going to listen to it inside this function by calling the IPC main. IPC main dot. Now IPC main also has several methods that you can use to communicate to the renderer process. Now, or to listen or to communicate with the renderer process. It has the on, which you are going to use to listen for events that does not expect response back. But if you are expecting response, you are going to use, if you send an event using the invoke that requires a response from the main process, you are going to use the .undo. But in this context, we are only sending a one-way event. Close up. We're only sending a one-way event. That is why we are using the .on. Then this is going to be event, then argument. If you passed in an argument, like if you pass in an argument, like for example you pass in an object or whatever here, That is how you are going to get the argument. And you can pass in any primitive data, except for you can pass in classes, you can pass in functions and things like that, but you can pass in string, int, objects, arrays, and things like that. Yeah, and we are going to be doing that later soon. Then next is going to be doing the real thing. After receiving the close up event, we want to really close up app.close. Yeah. Now let's implement the next one, which is going to be minimize app. Then we are going to call main window dot minimize. Maximize. Then next one is going to be minimize app. Minimize. Yeah. Now let's implement these functions, these methods. Let's implement them in this component. Then we are just going to add the onClick event. onClick. Then window, you can just call the renderer that we just exposed now. You can access it from window.electron. As you can see, it is available. Then dot close up. No, sorry, this is minimize app. And let's do that to these two. Maximize app. Close up. Yeah. And because we edited the main process, we need to reload the whole app. Yeah. Now let's test it out. Let's start from here. Minimize. As you can see, the app is minimized. They are actually also working on Mac, but we just want to stick with this native traffic light button. Then maximize too is also working, but if you click on this, we want it to toggle the maximize, like toggle it on and off. Now to do that, let's go into the main process. Then we are going to check main window dot is maximized. If it is maximized, then main window dot maximize, else main window dot minimize. Now I forgot something here. This is going to cause issues on other platforms because this is not available on those platforms. Now we are going to render this conditionally using process.platform. We want to call this method only if we are on Mac. Product.platforms, if it is equal to Darwin. Mac is Darwin, and other platforms like Mac is Darwin. Then Windows is Win32. Then Linux is Linux, and other ones too. Like this is the list of all the available platforms. Yeah. Now let's refresh the app, and yeah, now let's maximize the app and click on it again. It's going to maximize, and this close button also is working. As you can see, close the app, and I opened the app and it's opened freshly. Yeah, now we are done with that, and I'm going to add a conditional statement here to only show these buttons if we are not on Mac. Now let's let's do that by going inside the wrapper.ts, the window buttons. Then we can do that by window.navigator user agent lowercase includes mark. Now if it does not include mark, that is when we want to render this here. Now if we open the app, they are not going to be showing it anymore. Yeah, that's cool. Then next is let's start the main thing for this tutorial. Now let's implement the editor JS. And as I've introduced this editor JS before, and I have actually done some CSS styling here by styling the editor JS for dark mode. That is the only thing I did all through in this class name, nothing special. And let's just call it, let's import it here. Okay, let's create a component, editor.csx. Then export default react.memo. Then let's return div. Let's just import the editor template. Yeah. And now let's add, because inside this editor of templates there is this onChange event. Let's add the onChange event just quick. Const undo change react dot use callback any. Undo change, then that's going to be on change. Yeah. Oh, this is not pop, sorry. It's going to inherit two things, API and event. Yeah, then you can just log API. Yeah, that's that. Now let's import it into the wrapper. Editor. Now let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, the editor is now showing now. And now notice something, that if I move to the end of the page like this, if the editor gets overflowed, it's not going to be scrollable anymore. Let's undo that. Now we are going to be using the Shacdn scroll area, Shacdn. All we just need to do is just import the Shacdn. Now I'm going to replace this with sorry, no, not here, inside the editor. I'm going to replace this with the Shacdn scroll area. Sorry. Then let's style it using class. Now we want it to take 100% of this container, then also considering the height of this header container. Now let's go back, and to do that we can do it. We are going to use h, then css calc 100% minus 40 pixel, which is the height of the header. Then it's going to be the width is going to be 100% automatically. Now let's check that out. And as you can see, let's check it out. As you can see, there's now a scroll button here, and this header is still here. Now let's move on to the next thing. Now the next thing is if there's no note, we want to display just a button. We want to display a button. Now that is now going to take us to using Zustand, and I also want to separate this type into a separate file. We are going to create a separate file called types.ts. Then move this into the types.ts. Then export it, export interface. Then instead of BA states, I'm going to call it I main state, because that's going to be our main state for this application. Then instead of base, it's going to be active note. Then it's going to be any. Then there's also going to be set states, because instead of, if we don't do it this way, we will have to be creating separate functions, separate method for each of the states that we want to update. And instead of that, to make our code base more readable, we are just going to do the updating of all the states just in this method. Now I will also like to just move this out of here. Then export type t main state object. I don't know what other name to call it. Now this is going to, inside this place, we are going to declare all our states, like all our normal states. Then I'm just going to extend it here. Since it is not an interface, it can't be extended. Let me make it an interface. Extend I main state object. Yeah. Then this is going to take in title, that is the title of the state that we want to update. Then it's going to be type of this. Then next is now going to be value, which is now going to be any value. Then let's do that here. I main state active note, which is going to be null by default. Then we can set this to as any. Then this is now going to be set state. Then let's just copy this. Then inside this method, we are going to use switch title value. Then switch title case active note. String is not comparable to type. I think it's going to be type of yeah, I think that is going to fix it, and it's also going to give us int. Yeah. Now let's set the states. We are going to set the states, set it to active note, then set it to the value. Yeah, that is that. And let's change this to use main stop. I don't think I've explained this before, and if I haven't explained, let me just briefly explain it again. This is going to persist our state inside the local storage. So any state we set in within this state is going to be persisted into the local storage. If we don't want any state to be persisted, we are just going to create a separate state. We are just going to create a separate state that does not have a persist wrapper. Now this is going to be the name of our local storage that Zustand is going to use to store our state. Now let's change that to app main state. Yeah, that is all for. Then let's export it. Export const use main store. Now let's consume that store inside the wrapper. Const active note equals to use main store. Then to get the state, I'm just going to get it this way, state dot active note, and that's all. Now let's check if the current state is null. If it is null, that is we've never created any state, then let's show this div. Okay, let's create a separate component here, which we are going to call empty note editor.tsx, or let's call it another better name, empty notes. Okay, let's just leave it at empty notes UI. Okay, let's set it to empty notes UI. Then import react, then export default react dot memo pops any. Then we are just going to return a div with button. Yeah, then let's style it class name width 100%, height 100%. For debugging, let's set it to bg-red 600. Then flex items center, justify center. Then let's set this to button new load. This is just going to be a button that. Then let's add an icon. Plus from UC React. Then let's style it class name width 25 pixel is equal to, then height 25 pixel. Yeah, let's import it here. If the active note is null, then we want to display empty note UI, else we are going to display the editor. Yeah, let's check that out. Yeah, as you can see, it is now displaying. Now let's remove the debug, and we want this button to feel more native, so I'm going to remove this background color. Let's remove this red background. BG transparent. Then text tone. On light mode, text tone 800. Then on dark mode, text tone 300. Let's check that out. Then on over 2, we want to set the same thing, which is we are going to do this way. Be transparent. Yeah. Okay. If you click on it, we want to add we want to start a new note. Now, to do that, we can still do it here. Then that's going to be const undo create new note. Then that's going to be react.use callback. We are going to be using Redux hooks, React hooks throughout this tutorial. And now this is going to, we are going to pass this to the empty note UI as on click. Then inside the empty note UI, we can just set this to on click function. Then that's now going to be pops dot on click, pops dot on click. Okay, let's use this way. Yeah, that's that. Now next is, if we click on this, button, we want to make requests to the main process and create an empty dummy note. Then return the ID of that note. Then use that to start a new note. Don't worry, that's the whole process of that, from the render process to the main process to updating the SQLite database to returning data. Everything is going to be in less than 1 second. Yeah, let's do that. Then let's create a dummy data, const dummy data. Then it's going to be ID of null. Then note, an empty string. Yeah, that is all. We don't even need title. We don't need to explicitly set title. We are going to be setting title. We are going to see how we are going to be setting title soon. Okay, let's just do it that way. Then now we're now going to create. Let's go to the preload.ts. Let's create a new method, set note, because this set note is going to be both for creating new note and updating an existing note. Then we are going to be passing in data, which is going to be any. Then now we are going to be sending an event to the main process, and we are expecting we are expecting a response back. That's why we are going to be using ipcrenderer.invoke. Then this is now going to call set note. Then we are going to pass in the data. Now we are going to make this async const notes, because we are going to be returning all the notes. Then let's log it, log note. Then return notes. Now let's listen for this event on the main process, and I will also listen for it here. Then, and because the event is expecting response back from the main process, we are going to be using, and it was sent using the invoke method. If we listen to it using the on, it's not going to the main process is not going to receive the event. Now to undo that, we are going to use ipc dot undo set node, then args. This is going to be the argument. Now this is now going to take us to the SQLite3 aspect. Then let's create a new folder. We are going to call it database. Now let's go to Firefox and SQLite3. All we just need to get started is this boilerplate code here. Then let's create a new file called db.sql, because I don't know, because I don't know any other name to call it, db.ts, because I don't know any other name to call it. Now we are not going to be using in-memory database. We are going to be storing it in a notes.sql file. Now let's import SQLite3 using ES6 import. No, SQLite3. Yeah. Then now let's create in a new function and put this into it, because we are going to be creating a new table every time we are trying to perform an operation on the notes table that we are going to create. Now const create notes table. That's going to be, oh sorry, that's not React. Yeah, let's just paste it here. Then let's write SQLite. Let's write SQL create table if not exists. If the table does not exist, just create it. If it exists, leave it. Then let's call it notes. Then we are going to have id integer, then unique, then it's also going to be a the primary key, then auto increment. Yeah. Now the other one is going to be notes. Now we don't need to explicitly create a new column to undo the notes date and time, because the editor.js is going to return as part of the data that editor.js is going to return for each note. Is going to include the timestamp of the note, like the last edit timestamp of the note. And with that we can work on, we can just leave out the date aspect. Now let's create another function const set note. Then we are going to be expecting data. Now this data is going to be, okay, let's, inside this type, let's export interface I notes data. Then it's going to include ID, number or null, then note, which is going to be a string. Yeah. Now we are going to be using prepare statement because it is going to automatically escape the characters for us, which is going to be very good because we are actually building an application that users interact with, and we need to prepare the data that we are going to be inserting into our SQL so as not to mess up with the database and also our operating system. Now this is going to escape the data, and it's not going to allow it to mess up with it's not going to allow it to mess up with anything. Yeah. Now because I want this to perform two things at the same time, which is to insert and update. We are going to be using insert or replace into notes. Then let's pass in ID, notes, then values. The first one is going to be ID. Then to get that, we are going to select ID from notes, where ID is the first parameter that we are going to be passing to the stmt.run. Yeah. Now that is now going to be data.id data.note, and that's that. And then let's not forget that we need to first of all attempt to create the table first. Then we also need to run this serially. That is we need to first of all run this before running this, because if we don't wait for this to finish running before running this, we might get something like note table does not exist or something like that. Now we are going to use db.serialize, and that's now going to, it's going to take in a callback function which we are going to move this into. Then I also need to get in, we also need to get a callback function. Then the callback function, okay, let's just do that. Now let's create a get note, get all notes, get all notes. Now this is just going to require a callback. Then we are also going to serialize it like so. Then attempt to create the table. Then we are just going to run db.all, get all the data, run it for all the data at once, then select all from notes. Then we also need to order it, order by ID. descending. We need to get the latest notes first, then call back. If we're actually not going to be implementing this, but we are just going to be returning null, so you can actually handle it by yourself. If an error occurs, you can just return null or return whatever this error is and use it to like display something to the user. Then now let's pass in the data to the callback data. Callback, yeah, that is all. Now then we need to export the export const export. I'm going to be removing this db.close. Yeah, for now this is what we need for now. Now let's call this set note in our index.ts. Then and to properly do this, to return data back to the calling to the event that invoked this event, we simply just need to call return whatever data we want to return. Now to do it very well, let's turn this into an async. Then let's return a promise. Resolve, reject. Then we are just going to call set note. Then let's pass in the data args. Then a callback function. Then we are expecting data back, data any. Then now we are now going to like resolve with the data. Yeah, that is all. Then that is going to return this data here, and that's all. Now let's test it out. Inside the preload.ts, we are logging this and set notes. Now let's go back inside the wrapper. Then this we are just going to const notes equal to window dot electron dot set note data dummy data. Then await. Let's turn this to async. Await. Now we need to create a store here, a state. We can't save all the notes inside the Zustand state. We can, but it is just not needed. We can just create, we just need a note state here. We just need a note state here. Then, and if we later need it, we are going to use it. React dot use state. Okay, I think we now know what our note is going to be now. That's going to be export interface I notes. No. Yeah. This is it. I note data. I note data. I think we can remove this any. Yeah. This is also going to resolve with promise that is going to resolve with inode data in wrapper. Yeah. Then we can set it to note. Then now active note, let's set the active note to the set state. Let's set the current active note to the first index of the returned data, which is going to be type active note, then data note, the first item in the note. Yeah. Then we can just display a dummy stuff here. Note.map. Note. Or note, then note.id. Yeah. Now let's test it out, and because we edited the main process, we need to refresh the whole app. It seems an error occurred. Map. Okay. Let's set it to default value of an empty array. Yeah. Now, if we didn't do anything wrong, it should work. Yeah, it worked. Now as you can see, it has created a new note, and it also returned the ID of the new note. Now, yeah, and now we can now start editing. We can now start editing our note. And now after on each update, and as you can see the update here, it only updates like some interval after key up, and that is very cool for the performance. It's very cool for the performance. So we are going to be updating the database on every change. Now let's do that. Let's go to the editor.tsx. Now undo change. Now to get the value from editor JS, we are going to use API dot save, then .10. Then we are going to get the data. Then we can log it. Data. API dot, I think it's API dot editor. But not to be doing too much trial and error, let's just log it and check it out. Here is api.saver.save, api.saver.save, and that's all. Yeah, that is it. This is the data that was returned. And I think we can just turn this to type. Let's copy it and turn it into type. Let's go into our type, then export type t notes t notes. Let's turn it into an object like that. Time, number, then blocks. Export type t notes block. Then this is string, then paragraph, string, then data, text, string, and this is also string. And this is now going to be array of note block, t note block. Then let's remove these stuffs. Yeah, t note. Then we can just t note or string or t note. If we, after passing it, it's going to turn to t note, but saving it inside database, it's going to be saved and returned as string inside the database. And that is that. Then we're now going to be saving, we're now going to be calling this, we are going to be calling this set note here. We are going to be calling the set note. Then we need the active note store, use main store, state dot active note. And that's going to be id active note dot active note dot id. Then notes is going to be json dot stringify data. Yeah, that's all. Then now, instead of getting the data back from the main process and just setting it, we are not going to be doing it that way. Instead of that, we are going to be broadcasting a window event to the wrapper component, and you are going to see how we are going to do it now. Let's implement that. Now, to do that, let's set a second parameter here, which is going to be true. Then let's go into the set note, then explicit, or let's just set explicit false. Now, if it is explicit, then we want to like broadcast something to the data to the wrapper component. Now let's create a new file called event.ts. Then let's export const data broadcast notes data broadcast. That's now going to be new custom event. Then the name of the event, all nodes. Then data detail. Let's make this a function. Const node data event, and that's now going to be data n. It's now going to return then data. Or we can just instead of doing it this way, we can just name it podcast event, then event title, event name, string. Then it's now going to return new custom event. Now in the preload.ts, then we are now going to broadcast the event using window dot, no, not emit event, it is dispatch event. Window dot dispatch event. Then the events that we want to dispatch, broadcast event. Then we need to pass in the event, then data. Okay, we forgot to return it. Return new custom event. Yeah. Then now let's just return this. Instead of returning that, let's return, so that we are not going to return notes again. Then let's go into the wrapper. Then inside the react dots, use the artifact. Let's listen for that event. Let's subscribe to that event. Then that's now going to be window dot add event listener. Event. Is it really new notes? Let's go back to the preload. No, it is all notes, or all notes data upper, then all notes data. Now we can just log this data, ev dot detail. Okay, let's just log it. Yeah, now let's send something. Yeah, as you can see, custom event type all notes. Then let's get the detail from it. Yeah, dot detail. That is our data. Then event dot detail. Yeah. Or I can just set it to yeah. Yeah, cool. Then now let's set notes. Set notes. And this thing that we are doing here, you are also going to see the usefulness later. Just soon now. You are going to see the usefulness now. That's going to be event.detail. Event.detail. Notes.map. Let's go back. What are we dispatching? Data. No. We are trying to dispatch notes. Yeah, cool. This was the data returned um from the SQLite. It means it has been updated. Now our SQLite is working well. Now the next thing is, let's create a list here that is just going to be that we are going to be clicking and viewing. Also, we are also going to be doing something like this too. Event.detail. Yeah. And if it does not work well, we are going to see how it's going to we are going to see what we are going to do. Again, now if we just reload the app, we want to automatically fetch all the notes from the database and show them automatically, like and show them on the UI. To do that, let's go to the index.ts. Then on window.ready, yeah, this is it. If whenever the window is ready, we want to do something before creating the browser window, or just immediately after creating the browser window. Let's do it here. Then we are just going to send an event to the main process, main window dot web content dot send. You can send an event to the main process doing it this way. You can do it this way too. Or let's see if IPC main can dot send. Yeah, as you can see, I don't think it can do it that way. But to send an event to the main process without doing it this way, you can send an event back to the main process by just using the event here, event.sender.send. You can do it this way too. By sending, you can send an event from here too. And let's send the event here on start notes data. Sorry, I don't know what other names to call it. Then I think I'm just going to let's go to the DB get all notes. Get all note. I'm just going to call this get all notes. Get all notes. Then the callback function data. Any. iNote data. Then it's just going to send this data to the front end. Yeah. Now, in the preload.ts, this outside of all the renderer, let's listen to that event. Then we are going to listen to the event using IPC renderer dot on. Let's copy the event name on start note data. Then that is going to have event, then the data. Now we can now emit the same thing here. Let's emit this and send it to the front end. Then this wrapper component is now going to get it. We can check that out by yeah, as you can see, currently it is not showing any current note here. Now let's refresh the app and restart. Yeah, as you can see, it is working now. We broadcasted the event from the main process. We broadcasted the event from the main process, and we got the events on the renderer process, and the renderer process waited for the document to finish to be ready. Then when the documents got ready, it waited for other things to finish, like calling other JavaScript stuff, like getting ready React.js, and then it sent this. Now I think we can change this back to React.use the artifacts. And just one more test, please. Yeah, as you can see, it is almost instant. It is like instant, because while the browser was loading, the renderer process already has the data, like the notes, all the notes data. It is already holding onto it, and then when the page finished loading, it just released all the notes to the UI. Yeah. Now next, let's go to like the notes UI. Inside this shared component, let's create const notes UI, note lists, note item dot memo. Then return div. Then it's also going to have other div on. This is now going to be like the title, and the title is going to be the first column, what we typed in the first column, here. That is what is going to be the title of the note. Then title is, this is the title. Then another one, which is going to be a flex box div time. The time is now going to be, let's say 12:09. Then the next line after the first line, that's now going to be yeah. 100% padding 4, rounded 3 Excel, no, rounded Excel. Then class name, font, bold, text, Excel. Then this is now going to be class name, flex, texts, text stone, $800, then dark, text stone, $300. Flex 1, then margin left 2, ellipsis, and we can just check it out. Text truncate, text overflow, truncate. Let's just set it to truncate. And it's going to be texts SM. Yeah, cool. Then there's going to be note list. And this is going to be div. Then there's going to be another div, which is now going to be showing yesterday or today. Then it's now going to be showing note item, class name 100%, then p padding 3, then border border divide y 4, and divide y stone 700, then dark 400. Can just wrap this inside here. Then this divide y can go into that place. Yeah. Then note list. Let's display this. Yeah. I think the text is too big. Text LG. the rounded if it is active, that is when I want to set the rounded excel. Then let's reduce this to 1. Yeah, nice. Now let's put them inside school area. Just like okay, just like this. Let's set the class name to include that. Yeah, let's remove this. Yeah, nice. Then we can just reduce all the fonts altogether. Text MD. Yeah, this one is going to be text MD, text SM. Cool. Nice. So let's set this to text SX. Nice. Now let's create another function inside the functions. In fact, let's move these functions inside the shared folder. Then let's create a new function, export const. Let's just call it sectionize notes because I don't know any other name to call it. Then const past notes. That's going to be notes dot map. Notes dot note equal to pass json dot pass note dot note, then string return note. That is pass note. Now I'm just going to copy this these two. I'm going to split them into today and a day ago. Now, if okay, just a day ago timestamp, a day ago, and that is going to be yesterday. Const items today's notes. That's going to be pass notes dot find notes dot let's go into the types. Then as t notes dot blocks dot time. Is greater than new dates or is greater than a day ago. Then yesterday's note is less than a day ago and are greater than 48 hours. 2 days ago. 48. 2 days ago. And greater than 2 days ago. Then const previous notes. That's going to be pass note dot find that are less than 2 days ago. Less than 2 days ago. Yeah. Now I'm just going to return an object which is going to be today. Today's note. Yes, today. Yesterday's note. Previous note. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it that way. Now, wrapper. So I'm just going to object.keys section9 notes, then notes dot map section. Let's move these to here. Then let's pass in the data. Sectionize notes section. ASCII of type of sectionize notes. Okay, let's use sectionize notes. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Then pops data pops dot data dot map. Note item. Then section. And pops dot notes as C notes dot blocks. Then the first item dot data dot text. Dot notes. Yeah, it should work now. Map, shared components. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I supposed to use dot filter. Let's log pass notes. Checked. Okay, let's just move this down. Yeah, and let's check it out. Oh, okay. Okay. Um, there's actually no issue. As you can see, it is automatic. It is working out of the box. I thought there was an issue with this React.use memo. Now let's render them conditionally. Const sections. Let's try some notes dot length. Note dot length is, if it is greater than equal to 0, undefined. Okay, well, let's do it this way. Const sections, then if let's just do it that. Yeah, then it's going, then we can now return section. Let's do this too, that way. Sections note. Yeah, cool. Let's move this. If the notes are empty, let's just display something. Note.length, if it is 0, then let's display just a normal div. H 100%, then bg red 600, just to debug it. Then flex, then center, justify, center, text excess, text stone 800, 600, then dark, text stone 500, span. Nice. Yeah, cool. Now this is happening like this because this is happening, this is showing sorry, this is not displaying any notes because we've refreshed the app. Okay, let's undo that too. If we refreshed the app, we should also be able to, like, we should get something. Let's just create something like fetch all notes. Fetch all notes. IPC render dots. It is going to broadcast the notes just like this. Yeah. So you can just go to the index.ts, then let's just put it below this, handle, then it's going to be like this. Main window.web content.send. This should even be on, and this should be sent, because look, because we are not expecting any data back. No, we're expecting data back. We're expecting data. Expecting data. Return new promise. Resolve. Yeah. Then it's just going to broadcast this. Then it's just going to broadcast this. Yeah. Then let's go back to fetch all notes. Yeah, we can just call it here window.electron.fetch all notes. Though this is going to cause this kind of thing to happen twice. What is happening here? Like, this is the main process is sending this event, it's sending the note, and we are also getting this note to ourselves. We are also getting this note to here, so it is going to be updating twice. Well, but I think we can just leave it like that. Fetch all notes. Okay, we need to okay, well, to prevent something like that from happening, this is not good. Using this is going to, we are going to be fetching this all nodes twice from the main process, which does not look good to performance. Now we are going to be persisting as I've said before, if we need to like use Zustand for all the nodes, we are going to use it. Let's go into the main state, then all nodes. Let's just call it nodes, then inode data. Then now, instead of storing that in states, we are just going to be getting nodes, all nodes. Then this is now going to be set state. Same thing here. Yeah. Now the thing is, this note, all our notes are going to be persisted inside the local storage, in which if we have huge notes, it's not going to be very cool, but it's still manageable. It's still cool. Let's check it out. Now if I oh, we've not handled it in the in Zustand. We've not handled it here. Case notes. Then that's not going to be something like this. Yeah. Now let's do other part of the this note, which is going to be pops dot notes dot notes as c notes dot time. Then now we are not going to be using this user-friendly time. User friendly time. Then this is also going to be like this. If it is 0, else the first one dot data dot text. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'm going to restart the app now. Yeah, there's an error. Remove child node. Okay, I think we are going to check if type of notes, go to string else notes.note. Yeah. Okay, let's check shared components 38. Oh, sorry, if it is 1, else, that's it. Yeah, cool. Then this, let's set the cursor to be yeah. Now on click, props dots. No, on click, props dot on click. Then this, I'm just going to pass in the note. Yeah, cool. Now let's come to this place. Then let's pass on click const handle set active note react dot use callback, then notes inote data. Note. On click, that's going to be handle note. Okay, let's check that out. Yeah. Now we're just going to set the current note, set state active note. Now let's one more thing is active notes dot active should have bg stone. No, let's use blue, bg blue. Let's find a cool blue color here. blue, or let's use sky 600, sky 600, then dark bg sky 500. And let's come here and let's use CLS6, then active if active nodes, if active nodes dot id equal to props dot node dot id. Now let's go back to the types. Active nodes should be inodes data. Sorry, id. Yeah, as this node is currently active, it is currently active. I think we can just reduce this padding a bit. Let's set it to 400, and this should be 600, or just 300, 700, sorry, 800. If it is active, text white, text stone 100. Oh, sorry, not here. It is here. Then let's add to Excel. Yeah, I think it is okay now. And one more thing is, let's go into the editor.js. Now this is where we are now going to the editor.js. This is where we are now going to need active nodes. Let's call it here too. Active nodes. Then data active nodes. dot note as T note. Yeah, cool. It's not working well. Okay, JSON dot pass. Let's handle it type of active go to string else. Yeah, cool. Now the editor is now working nice now. And shared components. Inside shared components, let's add something here. Let's add key. Math dot flow. Math dot handle times. I'm just gonna give it any number. And that should fix the error. Yeah, we are not getting any errors now anymore. Then if I move to the next, okay, let's just change it to groceries. If I spelt it well, yeah, as you can see, it is working well. And if I refresh the page now, you see that everything still works. Now let's add new note. Let's add two buttons here. There are going to be two buttons around that place. Flex, justify content, end, div. So I can just look. Yeah. Okay, there's an error in the installation. Yeah. Yeah. That is too big. Then item center. Yeah, then I need to add some padding horizontal, which is going to be 2. Yeah, cool. I think I need to reduce the pixel. Let's set it to 20. Yeah, cool. That is cool. Then a basket icon. Dash. Yeah. Okay. The same kind of thing that happened here is also happening here. So I'm just going to, let's first of all inspect these items. In fact, the inspector is not working. It's not working for them. Okay. I think I'm just going to SVG. Yeah. The trash is okay too. Then let's add title. Okay. But instead of this background, let's just add another style instead. Yeah, nice. Um, Now let's undo these two aspects. the new note. The new note is just going to be handle create new note. That's all. On click, handle create new note. Nothing more. Nothing more. Then if I click on it, oh, okay, I'm just going to set this to an empty string. Then notes. Then I'm going to add object.keys length equal to 0. Then I'm just going to add new note, else. Same thing for this place. Yeah, now we need to delete this store because there's an error now. After that, we also need to clear the local storage. Then we need to restart the app. Yeah, now delete note. I want to let's come to if the section note dot length section note dot length is greater than 0, that's when this should be shown. Or if the active note is not null. Well, yeah, we can leave it like this. Yeah, and you can either click on this or this. Let's click on this. Okay, today's note. Or object.keys dot length equal to 0. Yeah, then let's fix that. Object.keys dot length equal to 0. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice. Then you can create a new one, new note. Now, new note is after creating new one here. I want to set and create new note. Active note. Okay, I need to pass in the state here, so it's going to be updated. Okay. Now to fix this issue, I'm just going to come back to this place, then um then use dangerously set in HTML. Yeah, I'm just going to pass in this. Same thing to this. Dangerously set in HTML. Yeah, as you can see, it's going to automatically translate the break into an HTML. Yeah, then even if we, this is also going to, yeah. Well, it is working well. Next thing is, let's do, why is this one not showing up? Section notes. Now delete. Let's delete the current note. Now to delete, we are going to be sending an event, which is going to be delete note. Notes ID. Then it's just going to be same thing like this. Delete note. Now let's go to the main process. Delete note. Note ID. String. Then let's come to this place and create. I'm just going to duplicate this, then call back. Delete from node where ID is going to be just like this. Note ID. And finalize, then get all notes. Yeah. Now it's going to delete the node, then return response back to the preload.ts. Then in the delete node, this is now going to send that event to the wrapper. Then inside the wrapper, this is now going to set the active note to the first item. Let me undo this. Dot length, if it is equal to 0, then set notes. Null. Now let's check that out. Now for that to make effect, we are just going to reload the whole app. Yeah, then let's delete this note. Let's delete this note. And before we delete, we are just going to undo delete note. Confirm. We are going to confirm. Are you sure you want to delete this note? Once deleted, it cannot be reversed, or this action is irreversible. Okay, let's just put it here. Const undo delete note. If confirm window dot electron dot delete note. It's going to be the current note. It's going to be the current note. Active note dot id dot string. Then delete. Are you sure you want to delete this note? This action is irreversible. Yeah. Okay, there's one thing we are going to do. Instead of, we are going to be using pops dot or editor. Then I'm going to be passing it as notes, active note, then pops dot note. Yeah, if you delete this, yeah, as you can see, all the notes are gone. Now let's add new notes. Then what other things? then checklist. It works. Yeah, let's add new one. New note is not working. To fix this error, we need to create like const. We need to create a ref, editor ref, then react dot use ref, then type editor JS or undefined. Then let's set the value to undefined. Then let's set this to dot current. Then let's check if dot current is not equal to undefined. Then we are going to destroy it so that it will be recreated down here. Then any new value of the active note is going to be reflected here. And actually I debugged it offline, and while I was debugging it, I introduced some errors which is actually causing the application not to show now. The only way to fix the errors are just to clear this and to delete the notes.sql and restart the app. Okay, we are just going to sort it. We are going to sort it. Const sort notes. Let it be consult notes. Done. iNotes data. B dot note. JSON dot pass string as iNote C note. Time. It's greater than A. Yeah. Okay, it is B, then this is going to be A. Then I think the issue is because I didn't add sorted notes here. Yeah, I think that should fix it. Then the most recent note is going to be at the top. Cars, BMW, Volvo, Tesla, Mercedes, Benz. Then we come here and edit this. This is going to be, it's going to go to the top. Yeah, and we can just list. Then we come here, then Teslas, as you can see, it goes up. Yeah. Then let's add another one, new note. Then new note. I hope I spelled it well. Yeah. I think that is working well. Now, next thing is, let's implement a new child window. Like, let's open in this, like, let's implement opening new notes in a new window. Now, to do that, we are going to, like, we need to create a child window. First of all, let's go to index.ts. Then outside of this function, we are going to listen to an event, ipc main dot on. Then it's going to be open note. In child process. It's not child process per se, but we are just going to call it child process, args, in which is just going to be the id, notes id. Now we are just going to copy this browser window because we are going to be creating a new browser window. Then let's copy this too. We are going to call it child window. Yeah. Now, to create a new child window, let's go to the ElectronForge, the configuration forge.config.ts. Then now, inside this entering point, we need to duplicate it and provide the child window. Now, for a child window, we just need two things, which is the renderer and the preload. Let's change this to child window. Then let's create a new directory called, no, not file, a new directory called child process. Then child process, the /src. I don't think we should have a new preload file. We can just use the current preload. Yeah. Now we can share any part of this, like of the renderer and like we can share the index.html. We are going to be sharing the index.html, and the only thing we are also going to be creating, or we are also going to be sharing the preload.ts. The only thing we are going to be creating is going to be the renderer.ts. Now let's create a renderer.ts file here. And let's just copy everything inside the renderer here. And let's set it to the app window, child process. Yeah. Then let's create a new file called app.ts6. Then let's just copy what is inside our app, then paste it here. Then let's create a new file called just wrapper. Then import React. Yeah. Then now what we are going to do is, let's create a new state called no, instead of creating a state, we are just going to use the same Zustand store. We are going to use the same thing here, because if we make any edit here, I want it to reflect in the main process, like in the main window. Then we are just going to like display this same thing as here. No, it is not going to be, it's not going to be it's not going to be this store. React dot use state, then that's going to be no data or undefined. Then the editor can be here. Now if notes equal to undefined, if note is undefined, then let's just render loading, else editor. Now react dot use the artifact. Then now we can now request this preload.ts. No, not, let's implement get single note, get note. Note ID. The note ID is going to be string. Then we are going to invoke get single note, get note, note ID. You can just return it like this, return await get note. Now let's implement this on the back end. No, on the main process. Get notes, then that is now going to return sync. Get notes, single note. Select all from notes where ID is this, then Okay, instead of this, so I'm just going to use db.get. Yeah, let's use this way. I don't have time to be debugging this SQL, so let's just do it this way. Then get notes. Yeah. Now we're going to return the data back to this place, and it's going to return it back to the calling process. Const undo get note. That's going to be react dot use callback. Look, window dot electron dot get note. Yeah, then how are we now going to get the note ID? Now let's go back to the main process. The main process, yeah, we are passing in ID. Now there's one more thing for us to do in the forge.config. Don't forget that the name of this process is called child window. Now let's go back to the main.ts, and if you notice, there is main window, capital letter main underscore window here, and in the forge.config for the main window there's also main underscore window in lowercase. Now let's create, it means, so we need to create exactly the same thing and set it to child window. Then webpack entry, child window preload webpack. Yeah, that is all for that. Then upper.csx. Now get note. Now there's now one more thing that we need to do. We need to pass in a query string, which is going to be note id equal to plus note id, and that's all. Now it's now going to open this window together with this query string. Then we can now get that const notes id equal to location dot okay, new URL search params location dot href dot split then the other part now dot get note id. Yeah, that's going to be the note id. We can log it if you want. Note id, then get note id, then this is promise await, then we can still log the notes. And now let's set notes. Now we need to change how things work. In the editor.js we need to move this undo change. We need to move it out of the editor.js. Or no, if props dot note is not equal to undefined, then props.note.id else use this. Then we can now pass that note props.note. If it was not passed, then it's going to be undefined. Now in this place we can use that as so we can just change that to const let's just name it anything, real notes, props.note or active notes. Real notes. Passing this to editor. Yeah. Now let's implement, or since let's go to the preload. We just need to copy this. No, let's go to index.ts. We need to copy this and implement it. Open notes in child process. then IPC render dot send note ID. The note ID is going to be string. Yeah, that's that. Then I want us to be able to open new windows by just by right clicking using the context menu. Yeah, then the child window, child process, let's set the note to note. Then this, we can just make this a div. Hundred percent PG 600. Then flex, justify, center, align, center. Then let's just leave the text like that. Let's set this to h 100 vh 100%. Then I think now let's just test out our app. Now right clicking on a note, it is not just going to just open up the context menu. We need to implement it. Now let's implement context menu. Open notes item context menu. Then let's pass in note ID. Then IPC.send, open context menu. Let's just leave it like that. Then index.ts, this same thing. Note ID. Then let's go to ElectronForge or Electron JS. We are going to be using Electron JS menu and also context menu. And if you are new to Electron JS, you can come back to this aspect and read more on this menu, or watch my other tutorials where I talk more about menu. And this is the menu, like this menu bar here That's the custom menu, and this is the context menu that we want to use first. We are also going to customize the menu, but first of all, let's use this. Yeah, the first one is going to be open in a new window. Then this one is now going to be delete. Let's import menu from Electron. Okay, I'm just going to disable this. ev.sender. Yeah. Now, on click IPC, I'm trying to invoke this event here. That's IPC main dot emit. I'm not really sure it is going to work, but I'm just going to try it out. Yeah, let's check that out. And now let's come back. Okay, wait. Um yeah. Now let's come back to preload.ts. Then open note item context menu. Now if we right click on the note item on context menu, then I want to do this window dot electron dot open context menu, then the pops dot note dot id dot string. Yeah. Now because we updated the main process, we need to restart the app. Oh, okay. Forge.config SLC preload child process and okay. Yeah, now let's check that out. Yeah, open in a new window. Actually, the child process app is working. The only thing is that um it is it is full screen, like it is the same width and height with the parent container, with this with this main window. So let's just reduce the width and height to 450. Yeah, then we are going to load other things. Now let's check that out. And actually, all the configurations that I did for it was working. That I was trying to share the render, no, the preload.ts of the main process. That was also working. I didn't know that it was working. But now let's check it out. Open a new window. Get node. No handler registered for get node. Check process. Reload. Get node. Invoke. Okay. Let's. I think I used dot on instead of handle. Yeah. Yeah. Let's try it again. Open a new window. Yeah. The app is like the note is working, but the data passed is not working. Now let's add this header to it. I'm just going to copy from here. Let's just copy this one. Then window buttons. We're going to have just one button, which is going to be let's come here and copy this. Yeah, this. Then let's check it out. Yeah. Now if you click it, we are just going to close the window. Window dot close, just from the front end here, instead of having to send the request to the server. Yeah. Then I want to display the note title. Let's display the note title. Or it's not even needed. Let's, as you can see, we can now drag the window around. Then let's fix what is not making that work. Editor. We passed in the note. Note object ID, then that. Then we passed it in to this place, props.note. Then pass that into editor.js, props.note, note, active note. Props.note dot note. Yeah. Yeah, nice. We need to yeah. Now let's edit window.electron.setNote is not a function. SetNote is not a function. Okay, I think we are just going to like move to like we are going to be sharing the preload. We are going to be sharing the preload.ts with the main window, and I'm going to return this preload. I'm going to return this back. I'll just delete this. Get notes. Okay, there's already get notes. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Just going to start. Yeah, open a new window. Yeah. Then we can if I refresh this, oh, it is not saving. It is not saving. No, it's saved. It's saved. It's saved. Let me edit this space. This is not saving. Yeah, you should send set note, and this should dispatch the event to the main process, which will then get the event. Yeah, it is saving, but the or the changes are not reflecting in real time on this place, and it has to do with the way the preload works. If this process calls the preload, everything that happens on the preload side is going to be like directed, like when the window emitted the event was emitted to this window, not also to this window. And that is the issue here. That is the issue here. But at least we can just edit notes. We can just edit notes while we edit another note here. 5 days. Then just like edit another note. Yeah, and if I switch to this, you see that the note is there. Yeah, and I can also open this in a new window. Yeah, that is cool. And I think that is all for that. Next is let's just implement like delete. Let me close the window here too. Let's implement delete. This delete, let's implement the delete. Yeah, now all we just have to do is, since we can still use this, open process. Yeah, since the note ID is going to be passed when the menu open is called, and this delete is also here, then we can just emit event. We can just emit this event here, which is delete note. This delete note is inside this function, create window function, and I'm going to move it outside. Delete note. Yeah, delete note, then note ID. Now let's check that out, and we're just going to refresh. Yeah, let's test it out. Let's delete this groceries. Let's delete this groceries. Okay, you can just emit that. Let main window, then main window. Yeah, main window, then send it. Okay, it seems because that's let's just return this back. And just copy this. Let's check it again. Let's delete this. It was deleted, but it was not removed from the list. It seems there needs to be updates no data. Then this is now going to be a general channel. Updates no data. Updates no data. Yeah, it was deleted. Now let's delete this. Yeah, it was deleted. Yeah, if we delete, you can delete this too. Yeah, cool. Everything is working fine. Let's customize the menu, and the only thing we are just going to be doing, we are just going to add to the menu is going to be the add new new note, like create new note. to add to customize the menu, this is just what we just need. But we are just going to go to the main process, then at the top here we are just going to dump it, and that's all. As any. Then in the file, let's add new notes. Let's add new notes. Then click new notes, set notes. We need to move this menu down. We need to move it down below the initialization of then the main window. Let's declare it here as no browser window. Let's declare it here. Then new note, then set note. Set note. Now let's come to this part of the set note and let's copy this. Now main window dot web content, main window dot web content dot send. Then we need to send it to this event. And that's all for that. Next, okay, let's just reload. Let us reload the app. Next, what we are just going to be doing is just a toggle switch to implement the dark mode. I have installed the toggle switch, and I'm just going to copy this and let's add it to the wrapper page. Let's check out the as you can see, a new note has been added to the menu, and if I click on new note, you see that it created the new note and we can add. And we can also that is actually just what we are going to be doing in this tutorial. This is just what we are going to be doing in this tutorial. Like the only button we are going to be making to work in this tutorial. We can also do delete. We can also add delete, but because already time has gone already and I don't want to waste much time, you can implement it yourself, and it is also going to work. Now next is, let's just implement dark mode. Now I'm going to add the switch, the dark mode switch. I'm going to add it to justify between, then this is going to be div switch. Items center, then px2. Yeah. Now let's toggle the dark mode. Const undo toggle dark mode. That's going to be document element. The document element is the HTML tag, then class list add. Document element or class list. Class dot contains tag. Stack dot remove tag, else dot add tag. Local storage dot set item dark mode, then is dark dark is dark light, else dark, just like the toggling. Now to make it work out of the box, when we are opening the app, we need to come to the preload.ts. Yeah, then look, renderer.ts. Then yeah, the renderer.ts can access any window object method, window dot no document dot document element dot class list. Let's check local storage dot get item.